Alright, did this do it now? There we go. Now we got it. Okay. Type here. There we are. Alright. So hello everybody. I'm very excited to get started on this. I was kind of debating on what to do for Fontathon, and then I realized I've never done, and I don't think I've ever seen anybody really do a revival. So that's what we're going to try today and see how this goes. For those curious, this is actually a typeface from the Ludlow catalog. It is medium condensed, but rather than doing the actual medium condensed, which I think is similar to like a condensed Gothic that they probably, I don't know if they ripped off necessarily, but I thought it would be fun to do all the variants of it instead, because up on screen here I've got a really cool E and an N. There's a few other really neat characters too that I wanted to try out, so we're gonna roll with that, and I'm just gonna kind of jump in. At some point I may make this more of a YouTube series or something, but yeah, in the meantime, I'm just gonna kind of get started here, and this is only going to be capitals, I think, at least for the time being, because really that's where all the fun was on this. They did do a few, I think, lowercase variants as well, but yeah, when I saw the uppercase, I fell in love with how this was designed, so that's what I'm going to focus on here. And as I go today, you may notice that I kind of pause as I am working on stuff here, mostly because I'm also running the Fontathon Instagram, so if you aren't following that already, it is at Fontathon on Instagram. And we've got some amazing people streaming this weekend. I think actually we've got Akimbo.Black streaming on Twitch. He could be right now, or maybe in a little bit. I've got my stream up right now, so I'm really not paying super close attention, but you want to make sure to check everybody out. We just had Sophia Loves Type streaming and kind of kicking off Fontathon, and she was working on some really cool stuff. I think she'll be back on later this weekend as well, but we'll be doing our best to update Instagram as everybody goes live, or that they're sharing different things that they're working on. So that will be my little spiel before I kind of get carried away with what I'm working on. So for this, I am kind of taking a non-traditional start to an uppercase. Usually an uppercase H would be the control character that you would start with, but kind of knowing how some of the other letters are set up on this, I'm actually going to start with the lowercase n. So this is kind of going to be a little bit of how I would start a lowercase and an uppercase, because I think this is actually, I'd almost probably call this a unicase variant. So that's kind of what I'm going to roll with here. So we'll see how this goes. I don't have, admittedly, the best scans for this. So this isn't going to be a super high fidelity revival. And I say that because we just got done in the Type West program doing a revival earlier this year, which I did. I think you can go to typedesignrevivals.com or typerevivals.com, I forget which it is, but you can take a look and see what our class did. So this is just going to be more the spirit of hopefully what the designer intended when they made this. It may not be exact. So we'll just kind of see where this goes and have some fun along the way. If anybody has any questions as well, I'm always happy to answer. One thing that I will be doing as I'm setting this up, I may be just kind of correcting some things along the way. So just kind of figuring out kind of some curves and angles and that kind of thing. I think I kind of mentioned I don't know how true I'm going to be to the actual typeface, but yeah, we'll see where this goes. The big thing when I'm starting out with these control characters is just kind of setting myself up for success so that later on as I'm designing more letters, I'm not finding myself regretting that I did or didn't do something. So I probably will be spending a good amount of time on these characters to begin with, and then we'll have a little bit more fun as I start to dive into some of the other things. So right now I'm making this kind of geometrically perfect, and maybe just kind of use that to work off of. Technically speaking, this isn't the exact shapes that the original typeface has, but yeah, I'll kind of work through it here a little bit. So one of my goals, just in general with type, is I always like to kind of make a little bit of what I do beginner friendly, especially for those who might be looking to start their first font, get into all this world of fun. And I have to say, I've never really done revivals before until this year. If you're working on getting into typeface design and you have no idea where to start, even if it's a font that has been redone already, which there are a lot that have, I've discovered that revivals are really kind of a fun, easy way to kind of get started. And what's great about them is that you really get to learn kind of in depth how a typeface is constructed. Alright, yeah, thanks for stopping by, Sophia. An awesome stream to kick things off too. So hopefully get some rest. I'll just kind of keep chugging along here. My plan is to be here until approximately 1 p.m. US Pacific time. So for those hanging around, that will be my plan. In the meantime, I'll just kind of keep plucking along here and kind of seeing where this goes. So, one thing I will be doing too is I'm planning to make some kind of decisions along the way here that are going to deviate a little bit. So this is one here where I have noticed that the little stem here, where it kind of meets the curve on the original typeface, kind of went straight up and down, something like this. But I am making some decisions already. Actually, go ahead and put another N off to the side here, so maybe I've got 2 or not. There we go. But I'm just kind of thinking modern screens, especially my preview window down here, if it gets a little bit smaller, you lose that notch a little bit. I think my intention for this, and probably the intention of the original type, was that this would be used for things like headings or logos or things like that. And so I'd like to keep that that intention, and we'll just kind of go from there and kind of figure out what's going to work best for this. Another thing that I'm going to kind of do here is we're going to get the metrics set. So this may take a little bit of adjusting, but you may notice it's a little bit of a tightly spaced font, which is kind of what tipped me off that this would be a display face. So I've got a couple ends there. And really all I'm doing is I'm just kind of working off the E here. I probably could work off the N to the D a little bit in the word trend, which this is an image that I just dropped into the background. I don't know if I really want it to get too loose though, so just kind of slowly figure this out. I suppose I could see what 50 would do. Kind of splits the difference between the space between the N and the D, which is now covered up, and the E and the N. Maybe I'll leave this at 50 and just kind of see where that takes us. The next thing I'm going to do is just make some measurements here. So what I've noticed is my stem widths, I just kind of want to tweak these a little bit. I'm going to make them an even number at 160 units wide. And the things that I enjoy doing is using this dimensions palette here, because as I design, typically I very quickly forget all the different dimensions that I've got going on. So get these set up here. One thing I do have off to the side of my screen too that you probably can't see is I do have the actual specimen book as well. That was kind of another reason why I chose this typeface, is that I actually have the physical copy of the book, so I can kind of go back and take a look at the printed specimens to see kind of how this is stacking up or lining up, which is quite helpful because you can kind of see how things were originally printed. Maybe we'll kind of make an adjustment like this. I'm also gonna drag that point down a little bit too. Visually, I'm just trying to create a nice line here, so it also even kind of opens up this area too, which I kind of wanted a little bit. So I think that'll help. I also kind of wonder a little bit too, because this was, I think, designed for metal type. Even at a larger size, there probably was a little bit of ink squish at the top here. Definitely not this much. I'm opening this up a lot more, but I imagine in a small space like this, where we've got this curve meeting the top of the letter here, that there probably was a little bit, but I kind of like the more open form as well. I think it just makes it a little bit more exciting. So I think for now, I'm just going to triple check that everything's lined up too. Which it appears that it is. I do have a couple extra plugins to kind of keep track of all that for me. So you'll probably see from time to time things like this orange line. Whoever gets a little excited about that, that of course is intentional, but oftentimes I find myself unintentionally kind of adjusting this stuff. The other thing, I just want to make sure that my curves are nice and smooth as well. So we're going to go through and just kind of keep all of this stuff lined up and consistent. Make sure that points are even. I think something fun like that. I'm not really going to do an ink trap here. I know Sophia was doing that earlier, and I thought that was kind of fun, but again, for something that I probably intend to use at a larger point size, probably stay away from the ink traps on this. Right. What I'm going to do from here, aside from saving, we're going to unlock this image. I'm going to just chop it out of there. And I think the next letter we're going to go for is the O. So we'll paste this in here, and the reason that I copy and paste is that it keeps the image size. For some reason, I've noticed the type tool is not working today for me. Apparently my stream is full of a few technical errors today, but we'll work around those. So just kind of zooming in here. I think what we'll do, we'll lock the image, and then not the 9. I'm going to bring in the capital N, which is not really the capital N, but we're going to disable automatic alignment, so I can kind of move this around a little bit, and then I'm going to use this as kind of the construction for the O, at least bits and pieces of this. So this O is fairly symmetrical too, which is kind of helpful. I think we're going to start with this inner shape here. And what I'm going to do, we'll kind of get the overshoot set up here. I may need to realign my image as well a little bit. Something like that. I'm going to actually go ahead and delete one whole side of this. And a little bit larger. Just going to get all the things lined up here. So we're just kind of working in pieces right now. Because what I'm going to do, the plan with this, is to draw 1/4 of this, and then we can mirror it to get the other 3 directions. That's the plan anyway. This is also why I spent a little bit of extra time getting it right on the lowercase n, because I'm able to go through and kind of readjust these a little bit. So I guess we'll give this a test and just kind of see things lining up. Looks like I got a solid shape there. This one's definitely not going to completely line up. I really didn't pay attention to how tall I was making this, but I think that's loosely lined up there. Just kind of figure out where all these points need to connect. Eventually I'm going to just delete these, so these aren't super important. There's that one. And use that one. Alright. We'll go ahead and we'll correct path directions, and actually I'm going to go ahead and do that on this one as well. There we go. And I'm actually just going to start with the same side bearings as the N. I may end up keeping these, or at least be very close to them. I'll just kind of have to see how this works here. I will be doing some spacing strings in a moment. Yeah, this is 175 units wide. And I'm kind of thinking I might nudge these in a little bit. One other thing I'm going to do real quick. Yeah, for some reason I wasn't showing the anchors all the time, which I might have bumped something, but what I want to do is I think I want to just bump this down to 170 units wide instead of 175. It's a small amount. I maybe even be able to get by with something a little bit smaller. But typically for round characters, which I know this is kind of round but kind of square, we usually want these a little bit thicker because of the curves. One thing I'm actually wondering, and I didn't really notice this, but I kind of even wonder, do these kind of just kick out just a little bit? Maybe that's kind of what I'm noticing here. I'm actually going to take a look at the specimen and see. Sometimes when we scan, it's a little bit difficult to tell if what I'm looking at is straight or not. It does kind of look straight on the specimen. But I guess this is also a decision that I have to make too now. How close do I want to follow this? What I could do too, actually, rather than trying to use points to do this. There we go. I may actually just use the handles here like this. I don't know if this is going to produce what I want though. It may not. Yeah. I may need to do a very quick restart on this here. It seems like the handles aren't cooperating as much as I would like them to. So, I'm going to do that super quick. And hopefully this kind of solves my issue. So let's see, now does this work? Yes, that works. So kind of what I'm wondering is if I just bow them out a little bit. Looks like my screen maybe froze. There we go. Trying bowing them out a little bit, and I don't know if this is really the best way to do it. It might not be. Because the other thing that I have to consider is all these points need to kind of move around a little bit so they're even on their handles. This is what I'm always torn with about stuff like this is, does that make that look better? I don't think it does. So I'm gonna hit the undo button a bunch of times and hope I don't crash the program. So I think I might just keep that straight for now. Honestly, I think it kind of looked a little bit better anyway. So again, this is probably going to be fairly modular to some point. I am keeping the vertical measurement probably the same. But we're just going a little bit thicker on the sides here. So then what we'll do is I'm just going to type out a bunch of capital N's, a bunch of capital O's, and we're just going to kind of space this a little bit and see how we're liking this. The fortunate part about this is that because this is so condensed, this actually makes spacing fairly easy. It might even make kerning pretty easy too, if I even need to deal with kerning. Yeah, I don't have that many spacing strings right now, so at least not much I can do because it's just an N and an O. But I'd say that looks pretty decent. So I'm looking at this in a couple different ways. I'm kind of looking at it bigger on the screen. Again, the intention is that you're using this at large sizes. The other thing, I'm just kind of, as a glasses wearer, I usually kind of look over the top of my glasses because then my eyesight's blurry, which I use to my advantage. But it distorts the shape to my eye a little bit. And then I can kind of look at the negative space between the characters just to see, does that feel or look about right? Does it look like kind of the same volume? It kind of does. I am wondering though, I know I originally said I was going to keep these the same, but I'm kind of wondering or thinking if maybe that just needs a little more contrast. So I'm going to go with 10 units. So that brings us from 148 probably to 138. But I think color-wise, that might be a better option. And what I'm looking at here is not necessarily the contrast here, but it's kind of more straight up and down on the lowercase n. So this, if I draw it out real quick, this space here where the purple line is, I'm just kind of compare that to this space over here. So do those kind of line up or match up? Which I think that works a little bit better. Again, like I said before, I'm not going for a perfect one-to-one revival, but I think that just adds some nice contrast, or at least a little bit more than I had. So, yeah. Perfect. So, I do have a few other scans as well. I'm just trying to determine what I would want to do next. So So the traditional oh no here, I'm kind of doing, I guess, half and half of that, because the lowercase n is kind of the uppercase n here. I think I might go and actually do the H. So we'll kind of get that traditional, the traditional oh no in there. Now this one I'm noticing it does have a little bit of flaring on it. And I'm, again, not exactly sure if this was intentional. For the moment, I'm not treating it as such. It's ever so slight too. So I guess we'll kind of have to determine, again, is that something that I want to keep? But I'm going to work off the end for the side bearings. I do have a few letters here too that I didn't scan. But it may have even been just kind of the warp from holding the book down on my scanner too that could have produced that. Or maybe the way the page was laying on the scanner bed, which I'm kind of inclined as I'm going back and looking at my specimen here, that might have been the case actually. We'll get this crossbar kind of lined up there. If we actually type out oh no, because why not? Kind of see how that looks. I may just kind of see. I don't know, something like that. Would be kind of fun or not. Yeah, we'll just kind of see how that goes. If it makes any appreciable difference, I don't know if it entirely does. But I kind of want to play and explore with some of these ideas before I start committing to more letters here. So let's see here, 17 and 18. I'm just gonna try and get this evened up a little bit. Again, kind of what I'm looking at here is there's kind of this rounded edge. This is similar to the N that I just did a little bit ago. So again, that's probably some ink squeeze. And I guess kind of depending on how large you view this, you may or may not even see that. That may just be too fine of a detail. Yeah, I don't think I'm really picking up enough of that to care about it, so excellent. We move along. So kind of my goal through the weekend here is hopefully to have something by the end of this, because I think that would be a lot of fun. One thing I'm actually going to do though, and this is actually just the way my mind kind of works, is I'm going to actually switch the letter that I'm working off of to the H instead of the N. The O can remain the same, but the reason that I'm doing this is typically when I'm doing a typeface with upper and lowercase, I copy the metrics off of the H, the uppercase H, for all the other letters, and so out of habit, rather than using the N like I started with here, I'm going to keep typing H, and I know that's going to be a problem as we go here, so I'm just going to avoid that later on when I'm ultimately forgetting that I use the N instead of the H and wondering why something isn't working. Yeah. Yeah, I'm just kind of looking, and kind of the tough part is I go back and forth between the type specimen and my screen right now, which I know does not make for probably the most exciting stream, but this is where it's just kind of helpful to have a printed reference to look at. And I will on Instagram. I could just share some of the pages from this book here. There wasn't a lot for the variants. There was a couple cool graphics here. It looks like they were possibly selling livestock feed and insurance, which is kind of fun. I think this book was from maybe like the mid-40s or something like that. I get very strong Aaron Droplin vibes from the page that I'm working from, which maybe what drew me to this to begin with, but yeah, it's kind of fun to look at. So, just kind of jumping around here a little bit and kind of going to some of my go-to characters that I like to work from. Also trying to figure out what are some of the other lines that I scanned here. I do have one here. So I think this Drexel Andover was the just want to unlock the image so we can get the size that I scaled it to. Because I can apply that to this, and if I did all my Photoshop stuff right, it should approximately be the same size. I had to scale this one up, so it's going to be a little bit funkier than the first scan I was working on. But yeah, this Drexel Andover, if anybody was curious, apparently was the stock feed company, and I'm assuming this was fictional company, but who knows? Maybe it actually existed. I've never thought to look those up. Looking through some of these variants. So again, for some consistency here, I'm going to kind of keep my dimensions the same. So I noticed that this is a little bit taller, which could just be the scan. Because I'm working off this line was smaller than the first scan that I was working off of. But the other thing that I'm going to do is I'm actually going to kind of lengthen or I guess widen out the L a little bit. And the reason that I'm doing that is when I'm looking at the specimen, it looks a little bit short in an all cap scenario. And I know this kind of introduces more negative space up at the top here. I think I can just kind of space these a little bit closer to address that, but I just wanted the L to take up a little bit more space. And what I'm going to do is one of my favorite tricks where I can kind of use some math. So what I'm saying with the equal sign here is I'm just saying take 0.5, it's multiplying 0.5 of whatever the right side bearing is on H, which in this case is 25. But kind of looking down here, I think that looks a little bit better. That L, especially next to the H and the N on either side of it, it looks like it's kind of more the appropriate width. So just stick with that, I think. Actually, if I put the O next to it, it does have a little bit more of a gap there. I don't know if that necessarily gets solved with kerning. Maybe this is just spacing that needs to go down more. I suppose we can try that. I don't know if I'm opposed to having this a little bit closer. It does kind of chew up some of the negative space here too. So maybe this is an issue that spacing just fixes. And as I build out more characters here, ultimately I want to start getting these into kind of more words or phrases that I would read. I've got a really neat plugin that we'll play with here in a moment. But, that kind of looks a little bit better. I'll just jump back to this page here. Just kind of see where we're sitting. If there's any other letters that I can kind of easily put together. I think there are things, so like the M and the N, I think could probably do some stuff with those. I was debating, and I may get into some stylistic alternates for this, which is kind of funny that it would be an alternate of a variant font. But I may kind of embrace the unicase thing that I've got going on here. I may flip this N upside down and do a lowercase o just to kind of see what that might produce, or a lowercase o, an uppercase u. I'm looking at a lowercase o on my specimen page, which is probably why I did that. So, just going to take a look here and see. I may not have scanned an M, which I did not, which is fine. Just kind of go off my page here a little bit. So we're going to use the N. And what I need to do is make this a little bit narrower. And I think I'm going to do that first before I jump into adding the next arm here. So I'm arbitrarily deciding on 15 units. We'll just kind of see how that works. And I'll probably need to adjust some of these a little bit. To kind of get something to my liking. And I do use fit curve a lot to kind of get these things to work, so. I think that loosely might be centered. It's 53 from that side and 57, so it's not going to be a perfect center, but 54 and 56, oh maybe it will be. 55 and 55, ha, there we go. But with that, it kind of makes this curve a little bit pointier than I want it to be. I'm just going to kind of nudge those up a little bit, and what I'm also going to do, put a couple ends to either side here, and effectively what I want is kind of this nice rounder curve there, and then kind of determine if I'm getting that with this, so just to kind of fit curve that again. I may just need kind of a one step up on my panel there. I think that kind of does that justice. So just kind of wondering, this is where I kind of go back and and rethink things. kind of wondering if that maybe... Actually, is this centered too? I probably should have checked that to begin with. That is not. That's 62, and that is 63. I guess it's not going to be perfectly centered, but that's fine. And I know for the O I did, technically, so that's kind of why I feel comfortable adjusting this here. I think all of this is a little better now. Yeah, I like that a little better. All sorts of subtleties here that I get to work with. Here we go. So we'll take this over. Just kind of do that. So again, going to my specimen, the M, unfortunately, is one of those characters that I really didn't, I don't have a good sample to work from. So kind of what I need to determine here, I think this curve here needs some adjusting. And what I'm looking at, I'm going to kind of draw some guides here to help us along. I'm looking kind of where this square, this flat part hits. This is the part that I'm going to want to adjust a little bit. So to do that, I'm going to grab a few things here. So now this gets this point and this point lined up, which is what I want. And then I'm going to go back and just make sure my handles are at least somewhat centered. So 89 and 91, we can do 90 and 90. I think these were not quite either. 87 and 87. That's 93 and 90. So you can get this a little closer. Again, that'll be off a little bit, but that's fine. I think that gets us something a little bit respectable. Again, one thing I'm noticing from my specimen book here, oh, actually I should put some spacing strings in there. One thing I am noticing in my specimen book here is that these joins do feel a little bit thicker on the M. Again, this was the same as the N, but I like kind of chopping that open a little bit more. Just kind of makes it feel a little bit more open. You get a little bit more of the shape there. What I've noticed is in the print here, I'm assuming they kind of drew them a little bit smaller, but I'm also just trying to think about things like ink squeeze as well. But I think this is a pretty decent reproduction here. What I'm looking at. I'm also just going through as well and making sure that I'm correcting path directions. Chronically, I am one of those people I don't always pay attention to the path directions as I'm drawing them, so I don't know if I would ever make this a variable font or draw additional weights of this. I don't even know if there was additional weights of this for that matter, but if I do, this probably makes my life a little bit easier. So what I'm going to do actually, now that I've got a few letters here, is I'm going to go through and we're going to use something called Wordomat, and I'm just going to do a selection of words here. Maybe I'll do 10 words. Oh, no matching words found. Any language. There we go. I'm presuming this ended up just making these all gibberish, but at least gets some context going here so we can kind of see how things are stacking up in an actual sentence. Yeah, we'll just kind of sit back, look at this, see how the progress is coming along here. I'd say so far I'm fairly pleased with how this is working. And I'll add too, I've kind of had this in the back of my mind as I've gone, but in the chat, if you do have any questions about this, I know everybody else is doing original type designs, which are looking super awesome, by the way. If you aren't already following Alana Munn, Arrow Type, Akimbo Black, Sophia Type Love, I know all of them are on Twitter, but they're also on Instagram as well, and I'll be reposting all of their stuff on our Fontathon Instagram. Make sure you give them a follow as well. I just thought it'd be fun to do a revival just because I wanted to be a little bit different. And I just kind of fell in love with how quirky, I guess, or how unique this variant looked. So that's what we're doing. Alright. So we'll close some of these windows. I can probably start getting maybe into a few more round characters. Just to kind of get these kicked off a little bit. The Q just seems like the most easiest letter to do right now because looking at this, actually I'm going to grab this chunk here. But literally all I did for the Q was to just kind of, I guess, rotate this. I do roughly 45, but I kid you not, that's pretty much all the Q ended up being. But what I am going to do is maybe kind of adjust some of this a little bit. Kind of rotate this a little bit more. But I'm just going to attempt to figure out keep a preview down here and just kind of see how this is progressing. That's way too long of a tail for this, but just kind of eyeballing this a little bit. Yeah, they did make the tail pretty short on this, which is kind of surprising, but I suppose maybe they didn't anticipate using Q very much. I guess unless you were typing a word maybe like quality or something, but I guess also with kind of how condensed this is, I don't know how much more there is to really do or say about it. I think we'll kind of roll with that. Making a nice HQ there. Kind of check that off the list. I think what I want to do is I want to go back. Did I want to unlock the right image here? I did not scan the entire C in. So yeah, the sample image I'm going off of here, it's Drexel Andover. There was a co at the end of this, which conveniently had a C in it, and this one doesn't. Did I scan a C? I did. It is just in a different image, so let's drag in another image. I feel like I'm tempting fate a little bit with glyphs every time I add in another image here. I did scan these in fairly high res. There we go, now we got a C. And So the reason that I'm using the C here is actually because it seems the C is almost another control character for the way this typeface is set up. Because what I've noticed, which is kind of fun, the shape of the C here actually translates to the E, the F, the G, which is pretty fun. Interestingly, though, the S took a totally different path. And again, these are decisions that I'm sitting here debating. You know, do I want to stick to the original, or you know, maybe we go down the path of an alternate? I don't know. I guess these are decisions that are going to yet to be made. You know, maybe I just have fun with this. Maybe we do like a vote or something. I suppose if you want to in the chat. You know, do we stick with the originals? Do we add them in as alternates, and then just kind of go our own way? I'm open to ideas. What I'm also going to do is just going to connect this shape so I can see a solid block here of what I'm working on. Ultimately, it looks like the C is just reflected, so I'll probably do that. But in the meantime, we're just going to focus on just kind of getting this organized. What I'm also going to do is stay a little more true to some of the shapes here. It looks like this corner gets actually a little bit sharper. This one actually needs to come down a little. One perk of scanning that I like, I'm always drawing, especially on round characters, I'm always drawing things on extremes. So, you know, if we've got a curve here, the very tip or point where it's no longer curving up and it starts curving down. One thing I do actually like about low resolution scans, or at least ones you can zoom in to see the pixels, is it becomes very clear where that point is on the scan. So I kind of, there's a cheat mode trick for you, I guess. You can kind of use that to determine where your placement needs to be. And the other thing that I'm doing is just roughly trying to make a lot of these handles even. I always kind of like to loosely visually think of it like I'm trying to make a 45-degree angle between the two. Seems like that's what they did for the C. Which is kind of interesting. I'm actually going to take another run at this as well. Let's move that point back. And we'll just kind of see, does that make more of the curve that I'm seeing on the specimen here? Just seems like it should be a lot thicker. It is kind of a goofy shape. But let's tie all this together and see what we get here. So we will connect to these points. Get rid of them. And then we'll just use the O to line things up here. So yeah, I mean, looking at this, it does appear to be what I'm seeing on my page here. But now I want to kind of determine, is that what I want this to be? I may just kind of adjust some of these curves a little bit more to my liking. And then the other thing I'm going to do is maybe just add a touch more contrast. Maybe just kind of match this curve up a little more. For the moment, I'm just focusing on the top half. Whatever I do up on the top here will spin around to the bottom. But again, I'm just kind of aiming for a little bit more of a consistent look here. Because it seems like in the original specimen, this gets, it makes more of like a sharper turn. I guess you can kind of see in the background here. But I kind of like that consistency, especially at this larger size, where this shape kind of feels like it's more related to this shape here. And then you take this and just readjust that a little bit more. I've seen a few different ways to kind of handle curves like this, by the way. This is just kind of my approach to it, where I'm moving these two control handles in unison with each other. And ultimately, we'll switch that from a corner point by hitting enter to a curve point. These can stay as corners. Probably a good habit to keep all these things consistent. But yeah. So now we'll just flip things upside down here. I don't think I adjusted anything. So I'm gonna do this a few more steps here to make sure I didn't bump anything I didn't mean to, but what I want to do is that, then grab that point so we can move everybody up. And then that point there connects. Last thing I need to do is just get this into the overshoot. Ideally grabbing all of the points. There we go. So that gets there. And there we go. Got a C. So the C is going to have the same problem as the O did. So I'm just going to start by moving that over by half. And then what we're going to do here is we're just going to grab some of these. Do a few H's, a few O's, and then we'll just kind of go about it this way. So the cool thing with the C being shaped like this is it actually makes a nice pairing next to the H. I know from class that I think it's German, you see this pairing a lot. I believe it's Y typefaces like Futura actually had kind of that straight lop off on the C, was that it met the left side of a capital H or even lowercase h a little bit better. And I kind of like that it's doing that same thing here. So in this case, I'm curious if it goes out a little bit more and actually creates a little more space there. Is that too disruptive or not? I don't think it is. At the very least, my goal here is to create a good base or a good foundation because as I mentioned, eventually we're going to jump over to things like the E, F, and G based off the C. And I just kind of want to know that this is in a good place so that when I take these shapes over to those other letters that we're getting a desired outcome or effect. So yeah, all I'm doing right now is I'm kind of looking in a couple places here. Looking at my specimen, looking at my screen, kind of seeing how everything kind of lines up. I do have one other thing I'm going to do here in a moment once I'm kind of happy, at least with how I've got this set up. And the thing with metal type 2 is, you know, a lot of these letters had side bearings built into them, so yeah, it helps. But one thing I was going to point out is I do have a C and an O here because I think, yeah, the word I was actually going off of was overcoats. And funny enough, I actually just realized I did this without even realizing it. You know, if I were to go through and just adjust this, I think 0.75 was actually the number I needed, because if I go and just do, I'm just going to do O times 0.1, which I know doesn't make a ton of sense, but you'll see it kind of shifts the cap O over a little bit. I wasn't even looking when I picked 0.75, but it seems like that's actually the perfect number for that, so I guess we'll get some original side bearings in there as well. One other thing that's kind of fun to do as I'm putting these together, eventually when I have enough of the characters, is I might actually even go through and type out the sample lines here that I've got, and just kind of see how it matches up to the original. Like I said early on, I'm making some changes, but it would be kind of fun just to kind of see how it compares to the original. Right, so we'll get rid of some of these windows here just because I had to go overboard with them. But what we're going to do is I'm going to jump over to the E next, mostly because I had that in the word overcoats. So yeah, dingbat. It's I probably use these to a fault, if I'm being completely honest. But what's really nice, especially if I need to go back and make adjustments, that I can kind of use those start working those adjustments based off my control characters. I do have to select all the letters and do kind of an update metrics routine, but the benefit is that I don't have to go back if I make a change. You know, like on the O, for example, I don't have to go back and redo it on everything necessarily. Sometimes I go back and kind of tweak or adjust it a little bit, but for the most part, it's usually kind of hands-off. I do know from my typewise class I probably get in a little bit of trouble or catch a little bit of grief for doing it that way, but I tend to be kind of one of those people. I prefer to take the lazy route to do things, if I'm completely honest. Right, so now onto this E. And kind of the whole reason that I was excited to do this font in the first place, if I'm honest. This E is like nothing I've ever drawn before, if I'm being truthful. And I'm kind of thinking I'm going to approach this like I would a regular uppercase E. This may all fall apart, but I also think this is kind of where the fun will be. So typically what I would do is set this up so that we'll draw a line here so everybody can see what I'm doing. The bottom here would be the longest element. This top bar here would be the second, and then the crossbar here would be the third longest. I didn't do it on the C, but I'm going to keep it that way because I like how the H kind of pairs up next to it. Now that I say that, though, I may totally change my mind and do that anyway on the C. Again, consistency. I mean, it's a little bit of a difference, but the thing is I know visually that probably looks a little bit more centered. Or, sorry, more even, I should say, not centered. So yeah, the crossbar sits a little bit higher, so there's more space down here than up here. I mean, really, that's kind of all there is to the E on this one. And since I'm using that C as a control character of sorts, I just kind of let that work that way. Interestingly, I just kind of picked up on this. And again, I don't know if some of this is ink squish or what, but I am noticing that it actually kind of curves and continues curving. It makes kind of a curve shape into the crossbar here, which I have to say, for fun, do we give it a go? Well, let me give it a go. Maybe it won't want to. At a point there, maybe that. Do the correct thing here. But I'm kind of curious if this would work or not. Maybe it doesn't, but. Yeah, kind of tough to tell. Or maybe there's a better way to draw this to begin with. Go back to the start here and see what else I can do. Maybe if I just put a point there so it's on the crossbar's line. I'm actually going to carry this whole thing out. We just add these points in. Maybe that's even just too much. It just needs to be more subtle. But I'm intrigued by the shape, so that's why we're exploring this. Part of me kind of wonders if the intention was not to have such a thick join here. And maybe the idea was that the stem width here would be a little bit narrower. have always been ink squeeze too. Yeah, I don't know. As I'm looking at some of these other characters here, I'm actually kind of starting to second guess and think that this may have just been ink squeeze. I don't think I've ever said that phrase so much on a stream before. But as anybody does revivals, you'll quickly discover that that is a very common phrase. Yeah, one of the lines that I did scan here actually has a larger letter. It does give the counter a little bit more air though. I keep going back and forth on this. Maybe what I do, to give that counter more air, maybe this is a better solution. I'm just going to move it back 5 points as a whole, so I'm keeping the straight line. And then actually, it looks like what they did here is this just kind of arced down a little bit more. So maybe this is just the better solution for this. So that's 75 and 70. 70. I mean, this seems to match what I'm seeing on my page a little bit more. So I may just end up rolling with that. I'm also kind of going against the scan behind here a little bit, just because when I see this at a larger size, it looks like this is kind of lining up a little bit more, kind of with this little flat bar here. I might just roll with that. Make sure my side bearings are still behaving. And then I actually think we give that a little bit more space. And the reason I'm doing that is this is kind of filled in more, but I also saw I'm using an H, but there's an R underneath this. It actually looks like it lines up a little bit better there. So if that's the case, I may just switch that to O's on both sides. That's what the C was using too. Kind of curious how the rest of these go now. Glad someone agrees. Thanks, Dingbot. I should ask too, if you, I see you're on Twitch, because I'm doing this on two channels. I'm doing this on YouTube and Twitch. But do you stream type design on Twitch at all, by chance? Because I know the group of us, when we were kind of originally talking about Fontathon, we were always kind of asking, or we were curious, how many other folks that we might not know of are streaming. So I don't think I have an F scanned. Should take a look here. Oh, I do have an F scanned. All right. Oh, and a G too. Perfect. And these are a little bit fuzzier, but probably tell as we go here, some of the letters that I had available to me were only in smaller sizes. Tried a year ago. We need to get you back in. I have noticed, and I kind of credit Sophia and Akimbo, I guess, and Alana too, actually Arrow as well, that it seems like more and more people are kind of picking up and streaming, I'd say even over like a year ago or more. I feel like a number of us tried YouTube for a while, which is kind of where I ended up sticking, but it's been fun to see more people, more type designers start to kind of stream and share their process. Alright, so I know the trick that I've been using in the past for the side bearings was to match up the letter next to it here on the scan. I won't be doing that for this particular line because it looks like it was actually tracked out in the specimens. So I think what we're going to do instead is we're just going to try and match this F up so that it looks similar to things like the E, and I guess we'll do a line with the C there too. So for this, actually benefit to be a little bit closer. It starts to match a little bit. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. I should ask too, like, what kind of type do you design, and what's your setup? Are you a glyphs person? Do you kind of try other things? I know I've got a few on my own computer: FontLab, RoboFont, FontForge. I even have. Why am I blanking on Fontathon? Or not Fontathon. The Illustrator plugin. I don't know why I'm FontSelf. That's what I'm trying to think of. I've noticed I tend to experiment with a lot of those things just because it's fun to see how other apps and whatnot are set up. Sometimes it's kind of nice to get a break from something like glyphs too, not GIFs. Love GIFs. But yeah. I'm always interested in other people's processes, though, I guess is the point. Glyphs are awesome. Have you been designing for a while in glyphs? Or are you still fairly new? Oh yeah, FontLab Studio. I feel like I tried that once upon a time. I think that was like way back in the day. It might have been like the only thing or one of the only things available for font designers, at least that I found in what limited knowledge I had of type design at the time. But I never understood it, so I just kind of walked away from it. That's ultimately what ended up happening. It did set me on my path though, so I guess I can't gripe about FontLab Studio too much. I think I also loosely recall thinking how wild it was that people would pay so much money to design fonts at the time. Now this gets back into like the days of me being a broke college kid, so it's been a minute since I've looked at it. I won't say when, other than me being a broke college kid was a very long time ago. That's awesome, Allie. Just for fun, how long have you been designing type now? Get you in on the conversation too. Always interested to see. I know my YouTube channel, I tend to gear that more towards folks who are taking a beginning interest in type. Maybe they want to design their first font or something like that. It's always exciting to see kind of where and how people are finding me. Okay, design class in college. Nice. There's one thing I feel like I missed out on when I was in school. I never had that. As a matter of fact, I seem to recall the professors I had, we really didn't even talk much about fonts in general. And granted, I went to a state college in the US, so maybe that played a factor, but yeah, it was kind of up to us to figure fonts out, and quite often it was, this looks cool, I'll just use this. And that was about it as far as fonts and the discussion of fonts went. I think now that they've changed it at my school, but I don't know, since then they're getting more committed. That's awesome. Yeah, I will say I've certainly been more committed lately. I also went back to school, the Type West program at the Letterform Archive, which I do tend to talk about a lot, but it's a really good program. Oh, SUNY, yeah, I've heard a few things about that program. Not a ton though, but it certainly sounds interesting. Type West, yeah. So the program I'm in is the online program. They have an online program which anybody in the world can attend, and yeah, my classmates are literally all over the globe. I think during any given class, I almost, it feels like we almost hit every time zone, I think. But it's split up over 3 terms, and yeah, a lot of amazing teachers. And typically we're kind of doing 3 classes at any given week at a time. There's a 10-week one that's kind of the main track, if you will. The first term we did a revival typeface, which is kind of what inspired today's stream. This was not the typeface that I revived, but it's kind of a good foundation class, if you will. The second term we start doing original typeface design, and that's just kind of a singular weight, so we were encouraged to do a regular weight original design. And then the third term, which I'm in right now, and this is all split up through a calendar year, but the third term then we take the original design that we did from term 2 and then expand that into a family. So right now we're working on bold weights, we're working on italic weights. We might do some variations if we feel that we've got the time to do that. But basically at the end of it, we'll have a fully functional family. And then along the way, it's also supplemented with different workshops, classes in things like type history, and they've done a really wonderful job of bringing in a very, how would I put it, like a very impressive list of teachers that have kind of guided us through the entire process. And then each week, you know, we're doing class, we're getting feedback, and kind of progressing along with things. And I will say, I thought I knew a lot about type design when I went in the program, and I very quickly learned I have so much to learn. Even coming to the end, I know so much more, but I have more to learn still. And I think the biggest thing I've learned is that a lot of this just takes practice. But yeah, if you were on the fence about it, if you know, if you had heard about it, or if, I think right now actually the admission process for 2023 is open, and I know there's still a bit of time. They just extended the deadline. But it's certainly an experience that I would recommend to anybody. And I will add too, actually, I kind of jumped over this while I was talking. They do have an in-person class in San Francisco. I did consider that, but I actually live in San Jose, not San Francisco. So I didn't really want to make the drive. So I opted for the online course. But the in-person class takes place at the Letterform Archive, which no matter where you are in the world, they have some amazing resources online. But if you have an opportunity to go there in person, it's a very special place to visit. They usually do exhibitions throughout the year that kind of feature a few different things. They have an amazing archive of just about any kind of type book you could ever possibly think of, which every time I go, I feel like I could always spend more time in that place. Yeah, it's a wonderful program, so highly recommend. You may or may not have applied. That is awesome if you did. And I know you'll get some amazing teachers for 2023 too. I think they're kind of changing them around. So right now the program I'm in has Juan Villanova. He's going off with Ling Yun to teach a new program, which I know will be amazing, and I will hype that one up as well because they were amazing teachers. But yeah, I know there's a few other folks that I had in 2022 that will be back in 2023. So if you get in, you're going to have an amazing experience. So kind of as I was talking through all that and getting giddy over Type West, I've also been trying to figure out this G as well, as far as what I want this to be or how I want it to look. Type electives. Yep, that's Swan and Lynn's new program. So yeah, very curious to see how that one maybe differs from Type West. What I love though is, even up to a couple of years ago, we really didn't have a lot of online options. Now I know Type at Cooper does an online program. Type at Cooper actually shares a few professors or teachers with Type West, and now the Type electives as well. On Instagram, I know there's Type Design Class 2, who's a wonderful follow. I think he's going to be starting a class with a few people. I haven't looked into, or if I did, I don't remember all the names of the people that they're looking at to bring in for that. But even if you don't take the school or the program that they'll be doing, there's a lot of really good type design advice and tips and tricks on that one that I'm constantly going back and taking a look at and learning from there too. So yeah, it's really cool to see all the different resources available to us as type designers now. Jump to one more here. What I'm noticing from my type specimen is that I'm actually starting to run out of characters left in the alternate categories. One thing about this is that with the variants, they didn't do the entire alphabet. So it's, a number of these letters that I'll eventually be doing here in a moment are actually just part of the regular medium style that Ludlow did for this. At which point I need to decide, do I want to kind of keep going down that path, or do we peel off and just make this thing our own? It's kind of to be determined. for the A, we're just going to kind of see how this looks. It goes down quite a bit actually in the specimen. Again, just trying to eyeball this a little bit. Unfortunately, I keep wondering if they have like an A next to an H or something in the specimen, but I don't think I'm seeing that letter combination anywhere. At least not at a larger size, kind of at a display size. Yeah, I think type electives will be solid too. I mean, if I'm being completely honest, if I was a student right now, you've got so many good choices. I know Lynn did type design school during the pandemic. I think it was typedesignschool.com. But that was a free online course. I had her for term 2 of Type West this year. I also TA'd one of her classes in person at the archive as well. She does an amazing job teaching, and I mean, I did 2 days in person with her, and just the amount of knowledge I walked away from. I think we were working on experimental type and italic, some basics of italics for that. Yeah, she's an absolutely amazing teacher. I mean, I could say that for all of my teachers, honestly, but yeah, and then with Juan as well, just the wealth of experience that he's got with type design, and even kind of, you know, what my experience with that is right now in Type West. I know a lot of us in class are just kind of sad that at some point it's going to come to an end, because they, yeah, all of them have been amazing at what they do. So yeah, hopefully I hyped it up enough, Allie. And I'll wish you best of luck on your application as well. If you get in, it's, I'll be honest, it is a lot of hard work. I don't want to discount that any. I've certainly drawn more letters in the last few months than I ever have in my life, but they certainly, it's for a good thing. They end up, I think, making you a very well-rounded type designer when you walk away from the program. I do chat with a few other students that have gone ahead of me in past semesters or past years, and I've genuinely never heard a bad thing about the program, so, and I doubt there would be anything really to say bad about it. Right. One thing I noticed, my A was kind of getting a little wide there. So kind of narrowing that up so it looks maybe a little better next to everything else. I'm kind of getting to this point now too, and this is kind of what I did during my Type West revival, where there's kind of enough pieces and elements now where I do kind of depart from tracing letters. You know, kind of looking at this, there might be a few coming along here. Perhaps the S, maybe the R, but there's, you know, odd ones like the V and the X, that, and maybe the K too, where I'll probably have to retrace those because those have some unique shapes, but I'm starting to kind of see now as this starts to progress that there are, there's kind of enough pieces here that I can kind of copy and paste things and then refer to the type specimen to kind of point me in the direction of kind of how a letter should look or be set up as. kind of what I'm doing here. One, I'm just kind of determining my spacing, but two, I should probably step back and maybe just make a few words here. I'm using Wordomat, which is a plugin that you can download from the plugin manager in Glyphs, but we'll just kind of put a few words together here. Actually, I'm going to back up and add a few more words. I think I just did 10 originally because I didn't have a ton of letters, but now I do. So kind of get this there. So we can start to see how this looks in context a little bit more. Yeah, the clipboard thing, that's what Wordomat is doing. So it's automatically generating this for me. So all I do is I can go back to the main font page here where it's got all of my letters. In this case, because I don't have a full alphabet, I'm just selecting the ones that I've designed. And then when I bring up Wordomat, which it may or may not be showing just because I'm sharing a window instead of my full screen, what it does automatically for me is just generates a text string. It's going through, I think, a few different preset dictionaries. It's not just English, I know there's a few of them. But effectively what it's trying to do is just create some words for me so I can start to see how this looks in context. And actually I don't mind if it's always, or if it's not English, just because then I'm not so much focusing on the word as I'm trying to focus more on the relationships between the letters here. Just to kind of see, and maybe too, there's different, letter combinations that may not be popular or common in English that might be in other languages. And if we do have some time, I'd actually like to consider seeing what some language support would look like in this as we go. Maybe throw some diacritical marks in there. The specimen that I have, at least at a glance here, doesn't appear to have any diacritical marks, but that doesn't mean we can't make them. There are some punctuation marks that had come along with this as well. Interestingly, the percent mark they sold separately, which I kind of get a chuckle at that. Kind of curious why, but yeah, it looks like there was some fractions as well that were also sold separately. Just kind of reading through the book here. Yeah, just kind of jumping back to the characters on screen here. So one thing I'm noticing, originally, I guess we'll kind of create a new line here so I can kind of type out what I'm seeing, but when I spaced the C, I did it with the H, and then when I did it with the O, I thought it was okay, but this could just be my eye playing tricks on me, which we can never rule out. But I'm kind of wondering, like CE, for example, that looks a little loose. And I know I kind of adjusted the curve a little bit on the E. Looks a little loose around there, but then maybe it's a little bit loose all around. I don't know. It's going to be a subtle change, but let's see what 10 units do. Maybe that kind of tightens things up a little bit better. The goal when you're designing type, I know everybody loves to talk about kerning because it's just a fun thing to say. Especially if you get into a class like Type West or Type at Cooper or any of the other classes, really doesn't matter which one. One thing that they'll really have you focus on is your side bearings. Because the better that your side bearings and your spacing, by extension, are set, the less kerning that you have to do later on. And truth be told, kerning isn't as fun as it sounds. I mean, sometimes it's a necessary evil depending on the design of your typeface, but I'm one of those people that if I can avoid it, I will avoid it. I'd rather just have a well-spaced typeface. All right. The fun part, because I hadn't been keeping track, I need to find where I put all my images at, because I'm going to jump over to the R here. So we'll start to try and get some of these letters that I was talking about that I was going to have to trace, so we can kind of get these drawn. So I'm going to steal some parts that I've already designed, kind of get some of these lined up. I don't know if all of these pieces are going to end up making the cut. I may just have to kind of redraw this all from scratch here. Well, I shouldn't say all from scratch. I'm using one of the stems. Yeah, I may just have to kind of redraw this whole side. That's fine. I knew my luck would run out at some point with this. What we're going to do is I'm just going to go through and kind of place some points that I think I'm going to need. This is usually my approach to things. So we'll draw all of these out, and then once I have them, actually I'm going to do something. This isn't necessary, but I like to do it anyway because it just looks neater. But we'll just kind of get these bumped up roughly into their various positions. Ultimately what I'm going to do is kind of go back through and all of these dimensions and measurements that I set up earlier, I'll go back and make sure that these are ultimately in agreement with all of those different things. Yeah, that's actually a good question. So what I used to do with the T, and I don't know if this is necessarily like the way to do it, because usually when people think about kerning, they think about it that it's a negative value, so that you'd be taking something that was looser and making it tighter. For a character like a T, though, at least what I've discovered is sometimes, depending on the design, I might do the opposite, where I space it too tight, so something like a T and an O would be spaced correctly. Simply because, and at least for English, you might see that combination more often, or like a T and a lowercase letter for that matter. And then what I'll do is I'll actually go back and kern the opposite. So if it was a T and let's say a capital H, for example, then those two letters would clash together or crash together. And then from there what I would do is I would kern those out, so I would kern it looser instead. And really the whole point for that is that I'm just trying to make less work for myself. So it's kind of the opposite of how you would think for kerning. It kind of broke my brain the first time I did it, but once I kind of figured out the hang of it, then it made a lot more sense. And at least in my experience, it seems to work pretty easy for me. But again, it's the other thing with type design too is so much of it depends on the letter design. So if you're designing something different than this, for example, it might have a different solution. Hopefully that helps. Oh, that's cool. So like teaching like through school or something, or? realized people were using some of my videos in class. Pressure's on. Although I think I've heard a few people mention it in the past too, but yeah, that always excites me that people find me talking about this kind of stuff useful. Interestingly, I think I've told this story in a few places. The whole reason I even started designing type online in the first place was mostly because I just wanted to hold myself accountable to learn type design. Which this was before I ultimately ended up joining the TypeWest 2022 class, but yeah, that was the whole idea behind it. Was I wanted to learn type design and just wanted to be accountable for it, and so I thought, just do it in the open. My voice is clear for me. Yeah, unfortunately I do have to apologize if I'm a little if my mic is a little kind of crusty today because my fancy microphone for some reason was not getting picked up by the software. My goal is to fix that for tomorrow, but so hopefully I sound a little bit better to listen to tomorrow. But no, that's great to hear. And I mean, you wouldn't have known, but yeah, audio was always a big thing for me. I was always inspired. I don't know if anybody listens to 99% Invisible with Roman Mars. But I was always taken back by just how smooth his voice sounded. So I always try and chase that with my audio setup. I will never sound as good as Roman Mars, but I try. And if anybody was curious, I actually did meet Roman once upon a time. It was actually at an AIGA design conference. And if you were curious, he sounds every bit as an amazing voice in person as it is on the podcast. So, things you didn't need to know, or didn't think you needed to know, but there you go. He's also just a wonderful human being in general, too. You know, for how many people wanted to talk to him, I have to appreciate how willing he was, not just with me, but with other people too, to take the time and to listen to people and talk with people. Just truly a remarkable human being. So, yeah, oddly, I know they usually solicit listener donations and that kind of thing. Up until the point that I met him, I truthfully wasn't a Radiotopia subscriber. I think I went back to my hotel room that night and I was like, that was such an amazing conversation. I'm becoming a member right then and there. So I think he actually ended up getting a laugh out of that too when I mentioned it to him the next day at the conference. But yeah. Yes, big goals. That tends to be kind of how I roll, if I'm completely honest. I tend to have a lot of lofty goals. Kind of jumping over to this R here as I'm working on this. This was one I was kind of curious about a little bit because Ludlow actually considers the R that I'm working on an alternate R. And what's funny when I compare it to, I guess, the quote-unquote regular R, the leg here has a little bit more of an angle to it in the regular typeface, and it looks like what makes this a variant is that it just goes more vertical, which is kind of funny. Yeah, it's kind of interesting to see some of these design decisions. It would have been fun to have been in the room when they were discussing this. That for some reason this became the variant. I guess everybody who was the decision maker was on board with that. Again, kind of using the same trick I did a little bit earlier. In this case, I know the word overcoats was kind of more closely set to the actual side bearing, so I'm going to use my sample string here. Maybe figure out why this is not resolving the way I want. There we go. One thing I will warn, when you're doing math like this, sometimes it sticks in the red because I presume when it's multiplying the O side bearing by 0.7, it wasn't resolving into an even enough number for glyphs, so sometimes it gets a little weird. So I just change it to 0.71 and then it resolves. Yeah, the curves. So I'm always happy to share my secrets about these. And I suppose I could talk a little bit more about what I'm doing too. I guess we'll jump down to the corner here. So as I push the wrong button. There we go. Move back to this. So I find it's always easy, like if I'm doing a circle or something like that, because you know, ultimately, I'll just draw a circle off to the side here. Ultimately, I have 4 even points, and then I just try and keep my handles even. Of course, I draw this out as a shape by default. It's going to give me that, but even if I'm drawing something like the C, for example, where you know, it's not a perfect circle. This is kind of my MO, I guess, for lack of better words. That I'm trying to keep the points and then the control points or the control handles. Just trying to keep all that as even as I possibly can. That's going to give you a nice curve. If you do Type West, you learn a lot about this. But where it gets a little bit tricky is in a case like the R here, where it kind of curves down, but then it drops into a straight line. Because now I don't have a curve, I don't have a nice 90-degree angle that I'm going into. You could go and you could try and get these to line up. You know, I've got a few additional plugins here, so this yells at me because we don't want this control point to go past the vertical point. So, you know, effectively it would be creating an intersection, which looks kind of weird. Glyphs doesn't like that. I don't think TrueType fonts or OTFs really care for that very much either. So what I do is I try and get the points, kind of the 2 plane points roughly where I want them. It's actually good you brought this up because I was changing my mind about it anyway. So we'll kind of adjust and then we'll redo this. But what I'll do is if I hold down the Option key and bring back these 2 control points, usually what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to move these in unison with each other. So they're all kind of in the same spot. And then what I'll do in this case is I'm just taking this control handle and I'm just trying to line it up directly underneath the point that it's referring off of. And what happens, because I selected both of these at the same time, this point over here is just going to do whatever it does or whatever it needs to do in relation to its point. But really the important relationships here are the top 3 points out of the 4 in this particular instance. So those are the 3 that I'm kind of focused on. And then in this case, just trying to keep that loosely even. So this distance here is roughly this distance here, and then this kind of looks like it's in the middle a little bit. And what I find is that roughly gives me a decent curve. Sometimes if I need to mess with it a little bit, I might go back and kind of move some of these points around a little bit. It's just kind of what looks pleasing to my eye at that point, but for the most part, I've discovered that usually gets me roughly where I want to be. So, and it's always easy to go back and adjust and kind of, yeah, just kind of figure things out from there. But that's my secret. I know there's a few other people too that they'll add in additional points, and then they've kind of got a method of deleting extra points so that it kind of forces glyphs to do this for you. And that's a completely valid way to do it. For me, it just feels a little bit more complicated, so I don't. But there's nothing wrong with doing it that way as well. So what I'm going to do, since I've kind of got that out of the way, because this is a fresh letter too, so to speak, I'm going to go back to Wordomat again. I'm going to do 30 words this time. And so now what I'm looking at here specifically is how is this R looking in relation to every other letter? And so this is kind of where I can go back and make adjustments a little bit. So I'd been debating if this felt a little wide. I know I followed my specimen here. Sometimes with these older fonts too, is they looked at it with a different eye than we do now. There's kind of classic proportions, classic type design proportions, and modern type design proportions. Not saying that I would make this commercially available. That hasn't been decided, but sometimes I lean maybe a little bit more towards modern proportions. Is usually my preference. So that might be more what people would expect when they're purchasing a typeface, but so I just kind of narrowed this up a little bit. It doesn't look too bad. The other thing I could do too, again, since I kind of told myself from the beginning I wasn't making this a one-to-one revival, just because I don't have it such a high fidelity scan. It can kind of be my interpretation a little bit, but I may even just kind of open that up a little bit as well. The thing I might do is just kind of narrow up the top of it a little bit more, which actually is probably what my eye might have been catching, come to think of it. Kind of bring that up a little bit. Ultimately, I'm just trying to make this feel like it belongs with everything else. There's, of course, the classic Matthew Carter quote, "The type is a beautiful group of letters, not a group of beautiful letters." So that's kind of the idea here, is that everybody feels like they belong, which is just a good mantra for life, too, for that matter. But yeah, we'll kind of adjust those a little bit. So now I'm just kind of paying attention to the side bearing to the right of the R. So against something like the N here, which has a vertical stem. But then let's jump down to like the E here. Does that feel like it looks right? Or the A? There's an O there. That looks pretty decent. And so the other thing too, when I'm looking at spacing here, my eye tends to follow, I don't know if I'm actually drawing on anything or not. Maybe I'm not. I'll throw in a 1 just so I don't mess up anything else here. But usually what I do when I'm kind of looking at spacing is my eye is going ever so slightly above kind of the midpoint, and that's kind of what I'm loosely going off of. Of course, I'm looking at the whole, all of the negative space between each of the characters, but you know, one thing that I'm considering is when people read, we usually kind of aim a little bit more towards the top of the letters to identify the letter or the word that we're reading. So I may give a little bit more preference to how things are spaced closer to the top of the letter than the bottom of the letter. You know, if you're doing something like a lowercase set along with this, or if you're doing a shorter font, it's probably not so extreme. This is condensed, so it's a little bit taller, so I'm kind of inching that imaginary line up a little bit more. But yeah, ultimately, if I kind of step back here, the idea is that I just don't want one letter to stand out more than another. And kind of going off the R that we just designed, I think it blends in, which is what we want. So we're going to call that R good. And interestingly, we can use the R as a control character for the K. This is definitely a unique way to kind of design for me. I don't know if I've ever used an R as a control character for a K quite like this, but I think that's part of what makes this fun. I did not scan the K either, so I'm just kind of going off of what I see in the book here. But definitely what we know about the K is that the waist of the K is going to move up. And I don't know if the H maybe is a little too far up. Maybe the E is something we can kind of base it off of. Oh, hey, Kloppy. Good to see you again. Yes, I need to get up to Vancouver at some point, especially now that I live so close. I mean, the Bay Area is still a bit of a hike, but yeah, good to see you again. We should definitely catch up offline sometime soon. I'd love to hear how life is. And of course, I always need more Nori pics too, which, for those who don't know, is his dog. Yeah, that's awesome. We'll have to get you streaming at some point too. No pressure. Yeah, so I guess that's the K. What's interesting as I'm looking at my specimen here, so I need to go back and dig a little, because if I'm completely honest, I've absolutely lost track of where my my images are that I dragged in. Was it the L? Oh, that was the L. But looking at this, I think the X actually is based off the K too. It kind of looks like a chromosome from science class. I mean, that's pretty close. It has some differences, of course, but fortunately, I don't have such a great sample of an X to go off of. It's definitely different, that's for sure. So I think I'm just kind of guessing at the points that I need to keep for this. And we'll just kind of loosely line things up. Again, this is how did they do this? It kind of feels like there's a point here that everything just kind of aims toward. But what I'm noticing is, let's say, unlike the A, for example, where you've got two curves, it's not making a round join. It definitely has a pointed join to it, I guess, for lack of a technical term. So I guess I'll do my best to recreate this. And we'll see if I even get anywhere close to what the intent was here. Actually, go all the way down. I'm gonna grab these two. I guess that's more extreme than I thought it was. Those two there. For the moment, I'm just going to focus on the upper half of this. It really appears like the we're just going to be flipping this for the bottom half. I didn't even get anywhere close to the center with these 2 points. So it wasn't far off either. Wow, okay. So it wasn't a bad guess. Looks like they just kind of touch like that. Yeah, as best I can see, there's kind of a point there. It looks like it actually smooths out a little bit. Just the tiniest of... It's just like a little small round there. For the moment, I'm just going to leave it as a point, and I think my plan will be to come back once I have everything else sorted out here, and then I'll address that. But yeah, it's almost like an expansion kind of feel to it. Bring that back. Flip that. I guess this is a fairly easy way to make an X. I can't argue that. Yeah, and then resume. What we're doing here is just making the point where everybody kind of crosses over here. Not feel super thick, but yeah, looks like that's about it. That almost exactly matches what I have in my specimen book here. I'm just using the H side bearings, which next to the those two doesn't seem like it's too bad. Again, I'm kind of wondering, now that I look at it, it may just be ink squeeze that provides the, or I guess kind of gets rid of that rounding that I'm seeing in the sample here. I kind of like the sharp look to it, if I'm honest. Especially since I kind of cleaned that out on things like the uppercase N, where and not B, where I kind of opened this up a little bit more. I guess maybe I could make an argument that I'm kind of doing the same here too. One thing I will, well, actually I think I'm going to keep these as 4 separate shapes. I don't have any major reason to upset that. Yeah, just kind of looking at this, I think even the V kind of has a similar thing. Now something's going to change here on the bottom. Actually, I should back up. I do have a V in here, so we'll use the X as kind of my starting point again. Or I guess what I initially intended to do was to take these 2 points and then we'll flip these up. The thing with that V is that it has a very thick bottom on the specimen. I should probably lock the image so I'm not moving that around. We'll kind of move that up. So I will have to adjust the outside. That's just a given, I think. But I'm just kind of wondering if I kind of move that up. I actually have to merge these together just so I can kind of work with it the way I want. We're going to open this corner here, so that'll make that point easier to work with. Over here, I'm actually going to need 2 points instead of 1. Make that a corner point. Kind of move these over. It's maybe a similar situation where I just focus on 1/2, probably will be, and then we'll just mirror this when we're happy with it. One additional thing I'll have to kind of watch out for as well is typically with a V, one side is a little bit thinner than the other. We'll just have to consider how that factors into all of this. Yeah, it kind of looks like the idea here and I'm not worrying about the other half of it for right now, but it kind of looks like there was kind of a continuous stroke that came down here, and then the pen was probably flipped over and then replicated on the other side. So with that in mind, what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and get this stroke to kind of feel like one continuous movement with the pen. So it's going to kind of mimic, just try and keep that as even as I can, which doesn't look too terrible. But then to kind of get the picture here, I'm going to delete all of these points. Copy, paste, flip. Actually, I don't need that one. I'll just have that click in there. And I mean, honestly, that's a pretty good go, I think, for the first try at the V. Yeah. I mean, it actually looks pretty even. Looks pretty even in the specimen. So this is 150 wide, which just feels narrow. Or it feels light, I should say, next to the V. So what I'm going to do, go to see, that should be 160. So this is going to match the straight vertical line. Use O for my side bearings because I imagine the V would need some a little bit closer. And actually, yeah, so I had 148 as my horizontal fin. This is 150. I'm okay with that difference though. Or am I? Decisions. I know 5 points is very small, but so now I'm at 155 and 160. The thing about the specimen is that they look very, very even. Yeah, I may go with that. And actually, in that same vein, then, I'm curious now what that would do for the X. So this was 150. We were aiming for 155 on the light strokes. These will be the 155s. Be 160. That's usually what we do for the X. So this stroke going from top left to bottom right is usually the thicker one, and then the one going from bottom left to top right is the thinner stroke. So that's my ammo for this. Again, it's 5 points less, but I think the X could probably do with the tighter spacing there. I think I might just roll with that V for now. It seems weight-wise that it stands out better. Or I shouldn't say stands out, it doesn't stand out, which is what I want. Yeah, it's just initially when I drew it, it looked a little light, but I think that works a little bit better. X is kryptonite, yes. I know a lot of folks mention X. S is another one, which we'll get to in a little bit. For me, it's K and J. And for the life of me, I never get them the way I want. I mean, this obviously, which I should go back and check now, because I was probably light on these too. So that's a good reminder as I'm talking about it. But I feel like I never get them right. I will sit and just obsess over how these look, and it just never turns out the way I want. So yeah, 160, 165. I don't want 165. 160 should be 155. Yeah, they're always a pain in the butt for me. So yeah, you're 160. You're 160. Okay, now we're consistent again. Yeah, I think every type designer has their kryptonite though. But yeah, angled letters, like the K, V, W, X. Maybe I just need to design a font that's all that, so I get like some purposeful practice or something. But yeah, thanks. I suppose in this case the K probably looks good only because I'm going off of someone else's work from once upon a time. Usually it's when I draw a K from scratch is where the fun begins for me. One angled letter that I won't have problems with though, thankfully, is going to be this Y. Because they were kind enough to do this with it. It's about as easy of a Y as one could ever design, I think. Just make sure it's even where those meet up. And we really don't need Y to be that tall. And from here, I'm just going to kind of eyeball this to start. It does kind of work its way down a bit. I think probably the A would be a good thing to compare with. So we're just loosely trying to get those two to line up, but it feels like they belong. we'll do the O side bearings just because it's a little bit of a tighter set, but I think that actually works out pretty well. Yes, absolutely. Happy to be live streaming today, and hopefully you'll be catching a few more throughout the weekend. I think yeah, on our Fontathon Instagram we'll be updating when everyone else is going live throughout the weekend. But yeah, I'm really excited to be alongside 4 other amazing type designers and type design streamers. I think we're going to have a lot of fun this weekend. I'm also kind of excited to see, especially those who aren't streaming this weekend, what others might be working on. One of the things we were trying to encourage a little bit was if somebody else was designing something alongside us. It'd be fun to see what others are doing. If you are watching this on YouTube, I will be keeping this up on my YouTube stream. So yeah, you can absolutely go back and watch this anytime you would like. I usually do this with any of the live streams that I do, even outside of Fontathon. So yeah, I always like to keep this stuff here because it seems like every time I do a video or do a live stream that people seem to really appreciate the value they get out of this stuff. So happy to leave it up. So jumping back to this, we do have a W, which I think I'll probably actually work on the U and the W. And for the W, oddly this isn't 2 V's. This is actually more akin to kind of flipping the M upside down. But one thing that I've kind of got to figure out here is it seems like I've got a goofy shape that I've never drawn before. Of course, I say a goofy shape. This could be totally standard. Here. I'm actually just going to move this off to the side for the moment. This. As far as the other streamers go, if you follow Fontathon on Instagram @Fontathon, everybody's been publishing where they are. So I think the bulk of everybody's actually going to be streaming on Twitch. So that's probably where you'll find most everybody. I think maybe a couple people are doing Instagram streams as well, but primarily what everyone has been promoting is Twitch, just so we can kind of do some additional fun things like handing off our streams to everyone else, or whoever's up next as we stream. Unfortunately, YouTube doesn't have some of those features, so it's kind of what we have to work with. But yeah, we've got a lot of cool people doing some stuff this weekend. $175, 174. There's a little bit of a difference there, but I will take it. Try and get this as even as I can. And actually, what I can do is just delete this. You may have to make this a little bit wider still. It's kind of got a similar connection, almost to like the R, I even might say. I really don't think I can use don't think I can use that though, because it's kind of a different design philosophy going on there. I will do. I think this starts to kind of get me direction I want to go. And unfortunately, I did not scan a W here, so I'm kind of doing this by eye just a little bit. That curve kind of comes back a little bit. I will have to worry about the overshoot too, which actually, since I'm thinking of it, we'll just do it now. Yeah, we'll kind of take a look. I'm going to go back and forth between the specimen here a little bit. And the idea is we get a nice round curve here. Eventually I'm going to copy this over to the other side too, but I suppose I could just do that now. So I don't have to guess what that looks like. I think that lines up. And then for this, I did the H for the side bearings, so we'll just continue to use the H for the side bearings. One other thing I'm going to do, just because it looks like it's the case, yeah. It appears in the specimen that it's the same width as the M, so we're going to kind of roll with that. And it looked like this was just kind of a little further up too. That actually works out quite well. If I just put the M back, I'm just kind of curious. Yeah, it's a little bit deeper than the one on the M, but I think I'm actually okay with that, because actually it's when I'm designing things on the lower half of the letter, I usually make them a little bit larger or more pronounced, just because of how our eye, I guess, effectively weights a letter. So. And we'll call that good. Since we're here too, interestingly, the U, by the looks of it, they just did this, which I'm going to do this for now. Get these set up. Again, we'll use the H side bearings. By the looks of it, it's got too tall. That's a good catch. So it really looks like that's all I did for the U. Now, one of the things that I had mentioned, because I kind of had this unicase thing going on with the N, is I'm debating doing an alternate for fun. I'm kind of throwing the Q next to the U because I know that's a pretty common combo. But I'm kind of debating about having an alternate character here, which I think could be kind of fun. So, how about we do that? I am going to create a capital U, and we're going to do a stylistic set. We'll call this one 0, 1. So we've got this over here. Put it between these two, but basically the idea I had in mind was that you kind of do something like this if you really want to kind of double down on the on kind of this unicase style that I've got going on here. And then just kind of narrow it up a bit. Continually expand path directions. I think that could be kind of a fun alternate, and I may look to do more of this as I go here, especially now that we're getting more characters set up. But I think that could be kind of fun. So one other thing I will need to do if I'm going to do this, of course, is update my font feed. All I did, I guess I kind of jumped around a little bit, but this is just under the font info. You can click the eye in the corner. But if you go to features and just hit update, all I did was I just created a new character with the U here, and I just did .sso1, which is stylistic set 01 is what that's referring to. When I hit update under features in my font info palette, hopefully people can see this. But basically, Glyphs is smart enough to figure out what I was trying to do. So now if I go back, and this is a plugin, this set palette, which I think you can find out of the plugin manager, but now I can go through and activate and do my alternates. So I'm just gonna have some fun with that, but I think that's kind of a neat way to do things. Perfect. So we'll see what else we find along the way. It's kind of fun to see where else I can put some alternates. I think if we're just having total fun with this, we're making it a display font. I know I had mentioned diacritics a little while ago, but yeah, we can have some fun with some alternate characters too. So. At this point, I'm probably going to hop over to the letter P. And the thing with the letter P is that it really wasn't considered part of the deluxe variants as it was called here. Excuse me. Apparently, this is just the regular P from the main font. I didn't really scan the main font, so we're just kind of working off of this. What we'll do here, kind of get some of this stuff set up. Fix all of my errors as a result of doing that. Actually, what I might do, since I like that top curve and we're kind of rolling with an expansion style, I feel like I can kind of get away with this. So we'll have this connect there, connect there. So it starts to get a good look at what we want. And then the thing with a P is that we want to kind of chew up some of this negative space under here. And so kind of what I'm doing is the distance from here to here, which is 264, that's 258, that's 259, 3. So that feels pretty even to me. I think the other thing I will need to do is probably adjust all of this. Kind of what I'm looking at here is how thick this feels, especially around this corner. So we're just trying to keep that even as much as we can. So since it's been a moment, and I did this earlier in the stream too, we're actually getting to the point now where it's easier to unselect the letters I haven't drawn, but go back to Wordomat here. I'm going to do even more letters than I have before. We'll kind of zoom out here, make the preview window a little bit wider. But we can start to get a more of an overview of how this is going on. So I've done a few more characters since we last looked at this, and really what I'm looking at is just to see, is anything jumping out? Does anything look heavier or lighter than some of the other letters around it? Does something seem too wide or too narrow? Are there letters that feel that they're spaced too far apart, or maybe they're not close enough? Or they're too close, I should say, if we're going to go opposites. And at least to my eye at this point, I don't. At least nothing super obvious. The thing is with spacing is that I'm probably going to come back to this. Well, I'll definitely come back to this tomorrow because I'll be streaming tomorrow at the same time. But when I come back, sometimes I'll probably notice, you know, something needs changing or something should feel a little bit more different. So we can kind of adjust that a little bit. The other thing I'm looking at here is the U and the V, which they do look similar both in the specimen and on the page here. I suppose this is another argument for doing the alternate U, because it's something that just makes it look a little bit different, but I guess that's fine for now. You could always make the V just a tiny bit pointier on the bottom too. But I don't know. Maybe that helps. I'm also presuming that the end user would be using this at a larger size, so you'd probably see enough of this to determine that these two are different. And we'll just kind of tweak and adjust that a little bit. Gets it a little bit pointier on the bottom, which I think is fine. I'm not going to worry about it so much for the Y, just because it's enough of a unique character. It looks like a Y. It's not really going to get mixed up with anything else. But one thing I am going to do is I'm going to see about kind of, yeah, the Y was probably a little too loose with the kerning, so I'm just kind of looking at like how it meets next to the RY, KY, CY, especially the LY, and something like that may need kerning. I'm not going to make that decision right now. NY seems a little bit better. Oh yeah, thanks Jesse. Yeah, that's the fun part about streams sometimes too, because it's like I sit and watch other people. You like scream at your monitor for the longest time hoping they hear you. So I'm glad I heard what you were thinking. But yeah, I think that helps. It is interesting looking at the specimen. There's at least a few spots here where I see like a V and a W. It is interesting in the original how much they did kind of blend together. I guess the only reason I was probably reading it or understanding what was going on too is there's a phrase here, every young, which I know the V and the U aren't right next to each other, but there was enough of the context within the word that it was like you kind of got which letter you were looking at, but I don't even know offhand. I'm sure there are words with U and V next to each other in them. So that might get a little difficult to see. Yeah, I think we're making good progress so far, and I'll continue coming back to this eventually. Maybe tomorrow, beyond font design, we might get into a little bit of font production stuff as well, where we start to kind of clean that up. I've been debating, depending on how far I get, if we start introducing things like hinting, which I don't think I've ever seen anybody on a live stream of any sort do. Oh yeah, Uvula. Let's see how that looks. Yeah. I mean, from a distance, they do blend together. I think I have to acknowledge that. Again, this is one of those things, how true do I stay to the existing design and how much do I depart? I may think on what I want to do about this, but I think you have a good point. That may take some additional thoughts and addressing. What I'm going to do, I realized I didn't do this, and it was kind of on purpose, but I didn't draw the T. I figured this was such an easy character, I wasn't going to spend a ton of time on it, but I also think we're far enough along that probably draw this. This is one that will definitely need kerning. And this is actually, I know someone had mentioned this a little bit earlier. Let's see if I can kind of scroll back here real quick. I know somebody was talking about kerning a T. I know I'm not doing lowercase, so I don't have the issue that individual was talking about, where it would be like a T and then an O, where it kind of needs to slip underneath here. But there are situations like L and T, for example, where obviously that would need to get kerned in more. Or if it was like ATA, I know there's THT here. So this is one of those things where I could consider kerning it in tighter if I feel the need to. Actually, in this case, even just kerning it tighter looks better in general. Something like the L and the T is just unsolvable with side bearings, so that has to be. But if I just kind of do like a quick sample, just kind of a test of my side bearings here. It does get a little close if I have a double T on something, or I guess a triple T in this case. Although I don't know that you really ever see a triple T in anything. I suppose we just bump that down to 2. But what I'm more pleased with is how it's looking like HTHOTO, even ATA. It looks fairly balanced and even there. So oddly, I might even, if this really bugged me, I might even have a kerning pair for a T next to a T to widen that out a little bit. The only thing I would have to be careful about is there's a lot of negative space down here, which is kind of why I'm inclined to not worry about it very much, if at all. I could also consider a ligature for something like this, which usually you don't see a ton of uppercase ligatures, but I could do a situation where I just do 2 T's really close to each other and kind of bring this stem in, and maybe they share a crossbar. that could be kind of fun and something different. But one step at a time. We'll just focus on the T as it is for now. So the T in the book here actually looks a little bit narrower than this, which I'm willing to make it a little bit narrower. I think it can be. But the sample that I'm looking at, I'd almost argue it feels a little too narrow. So I don't mind making it a little wider at the top. Hello, Lions Type. Nice to have you on the stream. For those just joining too, I know I've been trying to ask throughout the day as well, but I'm definitely curious to know if anybody else is a type design streamer, or do you share stuff on social media? You know, as much as this has kind of been about a group of us kind of, you know, sharing our streams and what we do, I'm always curious to know and see who else is doing this kind of stuff. It's always good to kind of grow the community and see what else other people are working on. So by all means, feel free to let me know. So for those just joining too, this is a revival typeface, which I realized 3 hours into the stream I haven't said much about in a while. But this is based off the Ludlow Medium Condensed Gothic, and rather than doing the plain Gothic, I'm actually doing the deluxe variant version of it. Hadn't seen this one revived anywhere, but thought it would be fun to do. Kind of liked the quirky element to it. Maybe this would make a nice headline font or a logo font or something like that. Hey Kimbo, nice to see you. So that's kind of where we're at right now with this, is just kind of figuring out where this goes. This is probably the 1 hour mark, so probably another hour of streaming here and then I'll be off for the day. But we do have some amazing people coming up later in the day, including Akimbo Black, who is in Twitch comment section right now. If you aren't streaming already, who knows, maybe you're taking a break. I haven't looked at any of the other streams. But we also have Aerotype, we've got Alana Munn, and we've got Sophia Typelove as well, who actually kicked Fontathon off this weekend with the earlier stream. They are all working on some super amazing stuff, so you make sure you want to catch those. We will be kind of posting as people go live on @Fontathon on Instagram. And of course, if you're doing anything, feel free to tag the hashtag Fontathon on Instagram. We'd love to see what you're up to this weekend. If this encouraged you to maybe go and try some of your own type designs out. That's awesome, mindset, that you do logo fonts as well. To me, they're a lot of fun. Right now, I've been working on text typefaces, so truth be told, this has been kind of a nice break from that, just to do something different. And Akimbo, no, I'm not doing any lowercase, at least for now. And the only driver behind that is that, interestingly, the variant only did uppercase variants, really. They did some for a lowercase V, W, X, and Y. But beyond that, the rest of it was just the regular lowercase letters. And I guess I decided to be showy when I woke up this morning, so I just rolled with the just the uppercase. I suppose if I have time later on, maybe I'd go back and add the lowercase too. But... All right. Interestingly, on the subject of the variants, so I'm kind of looking here. The only variant I have left here is the S, which again, similar to the R, isn't a huge variant really. Let me track down. I don't want that. going to quickly play a fun game of where did I put the image that I was working with. This was the word that had it. Yeah, there we go. It's hidden in the R. So what we'll do is we'll take overcoats. I guess we'll just kind of roll with this. So I think my plan for this is I'm going to draw the S as it is. I had been debating doing a more open S, which was based on the G, because something that I kind of liked was, oh, I can't type it on a new line. I kind of liked the open hook of the G here. And who knows, maybe that would make a fun alternate too. I guess I'm unintentionally going crazy with the alternates here, but I may see how that looks. But in the meantime, I'm going to figure out which letter is the best one to work off. It might actually be the U here. From the G, it gets your vote. Okay, so we'll do an alternate. I'm going to do the original too, though. And hey, Sophia, great to see you back in chat. Definitely holding up, having a lot of fun. Haven't totally lost my voice yet. This has been a while since I've talked this much for this long, but plenty of water nearby, so should be doing all right there. Just kind of work through some of this. See, I'm going to arbitrarily lop things off about right there. So this is 170Y, which I suppose for something like this, maybe that works. We'll kind of see. It takes almost a geometric path. So maybe I don't need the spine that wide, but we're going to see what happens. Also, I don't think I lined up this very well. Kind of readjust that a little bit. I'm also making this purposely a little bit lower just because I wanted a little bit more contrast from what the original art had. And get these two to line up. There we go. Let's see. So that is 216 units apart. This is 211. Let's see, 12 and 15, 14 and 13. Should be. Yeah, it's probably about as even as I'll get that. Which is fine. Chronically use fit curve. Get a nice arc there. Kind of settle that one down as well a little bit. So I'm kind of adjusting all of this. Oh, fantastic. Yeah, Lions, as soon as I'm done streaming, you got a subscription coming your way, so don't worry, I got you. Yeah, between Twitch and YouTube, I'm always looking for people who are sharing type design stuff, so definitely have to check your channel out. And let me know if you end up live streaming as well. It'd be fun to hang out. Alright. This setup here, and I think I may have just kind of scaled this wrong, but at the same time I also feel like I've kind of got the general vibe down, so be okay there. I think I actually noticed. Is this is 56, and that's 51. 53 and 54 looks a little more even. So much as this is just making sure that curves are behaving with each other. I swear that's like 90% of type design. And then what we're going to do is just narrow this up by 5 units each. So the top is going to feel a little bit narrower than the bottom, but to our eyes, it's going to look right. The other thing that I'm going to do is just thicken up these curves a bit. Or I guess not thicken up the curve, but just make the round a little bit square. Probably the more appropriate way to phrase that. And then I'm going to at least start the spine the way I would normally do this. Oops, that's not the way I wanted to do it. Let's try this again. We'll connect these nodes, and we will connect these nodes. Hey, I'm tight. Good to see you. That's awesome. So yeah, anyway, where was that? So usually when I would draw an S, and we're just going to kind of do this as a sample here, what I would do is then do this and then try and work it out from here. But because this spine is just so horizontal, I was kind of debating as I was going if this was even going to work or not, because we got to get that flat element there. What I could try is just maybe push some of this to the extreme, and maybe that's enough to do it. I'm going to have to add a point here at some point. But the idea is that I just try and get this as close as I possibly can, and then when I absolutely can't make this work anymore, then go back and add a point on the inflection points, and then just kind of adjust it from there, which I think might be what I have to do. So let's draw those in where those yellow arrows were. Yeah, and interestingly, that kind of messes up a lot of things. I shouldn't even say interestingly, that's pretty much what I expected would happen. But what I'm going to try and do is make these points happy again, and even bring this back up a little more too. And just try and kind of curve it off there. Certainly makes it a challenge to try and get that to quality. That's awesome about your first font. I love hearing stuff like that. I feel like I should almost apologize too. I'd mentioned to some of the earlier folks here that I've been in the Type West program, which is pretty much the entire reason behind my absence of new videos and stuff on my YouTube channel, which is amazing because I've been learning a lot, but I just haven't had time to update that as much as I wanted to. But I love hearing that people are finding some stuff that are useful, so that's great to hear. I was kind of wondering if that needs a second I've never had an S do this before, if I'm being honest. But yeah, wow, that's the first time I've ever needed 2 inflection points. It really does flatten out more than I expected, though. But that actually gets me more of what I was after, so wow, that is a heck of a design. I know a lot of these typefaces are from a different time period, but man, it would have been so fun to sit down and interview some of these designers. I know we're still fortunate we have folks like Matthew Carter, for example, that worked alongside some of the folks from this era, so we still get somebody to pick their brain and kind of learn from all this. But yeah, to have been in the room with some of these fonts were designed would have been great. Lions type, yes, I do. It is in the. I should be in my profile on my my Twitch page. Now you have me double checking. If I don't, I should probably add it in. Add bio and social links. No, apparently I did not. Well, I may have to add that in. Actually, you're on YouTube. Yeah, so if you go to my YouTube channel page, I know I've got the link in there. I think there's actually a couple of them. But the website, if you just want it spelled out here, it's just nis.bet, like Nisbet, like my last name, with a dot right in the middle of it. So that's kind of my portfolio site. I do have things like the short link websites as well, whatever you want to call them, the link in bio type sites. I usually don't update those too often, but yeah, most of the stuff, like even when I do sell fonts and that kind of thing, you can find that on my website. I also make a lot of the fonts that I do on my live streams open source, or not live streams, but actually my YouTube videos, I should say. So if you ever follow along with any of those and you want to figure out or see what I did, you can always go and grab some of those as well. So this is S number 1, and yeah, it looks like the S. Not denying that. Yeah, that's this is a very unique S. That's what I have to say about that, I guess. Yeah, I think everybody was onto something with doing an alternate to this, which I think probably go over pretty well for somebody using this. Yeah, we'll kind of get some of these pieces sorted here a little bit. I am still kind of making adjustments and whatnot. From that version, but I guess we've got, yeah, overcoats, which this was the original word that I'm working off of, which I guess you can't really see in the background too easily, but that is an S. Books or research to recommend? Yes, I have a ton. I do keep a link to my physical library on my website. I just mentioned it. The nis.bet. It's a social media site called Library Thing. You can find that under the Connect page. I will say, though, Designing Type by Karen Chang is probably what we would call the Bible of type design of sorts. Chris Camp and Ulrika Rausch also have a book out called Designing Fonts, which is another good one that's worth looking at. How to Create Typefaces from Sketch to Screen is another fantastic resource. And with those last two, Designing Fonts, I know you can get that one in German, I think. And then How to Create Typefaces from Sketch to Screen, you can also get that one in Spanish, I think, as well. So if you want an alternate language, you got two options there. I mean, there are a ton of other books too if you want something small. There's a book called Type Tricks by Sophia Bayer that's been almost inseparable from the side of my desk. Beyond that, I mean, there are a lot of different books and resources. I'd say those are some good ones to start with, though. I mean, from there, your library will grow as you kind of decide what different types of fonts or things that you want to design. But I think those are some good starting points. Anim type, oh, Burmese, that's cool. Yeah, are you a native speaker of Burmese or a second language of that? I think I'm curious because I've actually never worked with that much. I do have a friend whose native tongue is Tamil, and I've had a little bit of friendly pressure from him to do a Tamil font, which could be fun and probably a good excuse for me to learn that language more too, which has been on my to-do list. But yeah, other languages can be kind of fun. It's my personal thing is I've always kind of encouraged, especially like native speakers or people who are familiar with those dialects or those cultures, to jump in and start doing type design. I know Chris Tulsi from Tulsi Type has been doing the Cherokee language syllabary, which you can find him on Instagram. I don't know if he streams or does any video stuff, but he's really been sharing a lot of his process. I know there's a few other folks as well. Regretfully, I am forgetting names just off the top of my head, but I think if you start with Chris, you'll probably find a lot of those folks, because I think he engages with a lot of them. But yeah, even there's another event that I organize online. We took 2022 off. The plan is to come back in 2023, but if you look up Type Weekend, and it's TYPEWKND, the videos for that conference are on YouTube. We've also got a bunch of stuff on Instagram as well, but there are a number of talks from 2020 and 2021 that get into other languages as well. So that's worth checking out. MMType, yeah, if you just go to my channel page on YouTube, under the About tab, I have a couple links there, or you can just go to my website. But Daniel.Nisbet on Instagram is probably where I'm most active, if not almost exclusively active these days. So that's usually where you'll find me there. And of course, YouTube and Twitch. So you got a few options. So now we're kind of taking a break from being a revival here for a moment. I'm actually jumping over. We're just going full on alternate with this S. And at the moment, I'm just trying to work out the width on this. So this is probably going to look a little bit rough to start, but we'll get this figured out. I'm just kind of comparing it to the other S here. And Mitchell, yeah, I've not talked with Ben directly, but I should actually check. I think I might even follow him on somewhere. Maybe it's Instagram. But yeah, I absolutely enjoy, especially other languages. It's so fun just to see, how other people go about designing for different languages, different cultures. I really get a lot of enjoyment out of seeing how other people work, which is kind of another reason why the Fontathon this weekend has been so fun for me. Is even people I know, seeing the different streamers that we've got on the list, doing their thing, just being able to pop in for a little bit, say hi, but also see, what are they up to. Kind of going back and forth here, and a lot of this is just kind of moving points around until it's something that I'm pleased with. I do like kind of how the top curves around here. So now I'm just kind of figuring out how we're going to replicate that on the bottom. Yeah, appreciate the kind comments. And yeah, it's always fun to meet people in person too. Yeah, I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area, so if you ever do make it out here, number one, I always recommend the Letterform Archive, which is, it's not really a book, but it's an amazing resource, even online too. But to go there in person is really a treat, just to see all the different things that they've got. I mean, that's a place that pretty much has every single type and lettering thing known to humans. There's really no better way to explain it. I think it's just kind of one of those things you've got to experience. But yeah, it'd be fun just to, as things permit, as things are kind of open back up now, meet some people. Could be fun. Honestly, I don't even know where the next time, or what the next thing that I even plan on being in person would be at. I did something in the States here called TypeCon a number of years ago, actually right before the pandemic hit. Went to the 2019 version of that. Of course, the world shut down. And I kind of been sticking to the online spaces since then, but yeah, definitely at some point probably need to get back out and meet people. So. And I think too, as I go to some of these events as well, I'll probably make a note on the socials that I'll be around to some of these places. So, just kind of jumping over to the S here. Oddly, I actually like my alternate S way more than the regular S. Again, I'll be keeping them both here. I think I set this to, I might have to recompile actually. Update, yep, there we go. Yeah, now that's working. And we'll just make sure the U is working as well, yep. But that's actually kind of a nice alternate S. Just kind of feels a little bit more open. And this is kind of interesting too. Usually when I design an S, I'm taking kind of some hints from things like the C, for example. So I imagine the original S, this one probably came from the regular C that came with the medium condensed Gothic, because that's more of a closed shape to it. So maybe this kind of jives with that a little bit more, but yeah, going with the alternates here, definitely seems to fit in a little bit better. Although, to be fair, even the original S that was with this one, the spine was a bit more relaxed, but even that one was still a closed shape too. But yeah, kind of fun to leave some of that in. Adds a little bit of character to it. So yeah, 30 minutes left. And yeah, I could definitely do a video on font settings. Right now, there isn't a ton of font settings. Actually, I should check here. I don't know. Again, I'd mentioned, sharing just a window. So, actually, let's see. Is there a way? Maybe not. I can't add an additional screen share here. Darn. Maybe at the end I can kind of step through the font info settings for today, just so everybody can see that. But yeah, honestly, what I have set up in the font info screen is pretty much what you get by default. The only thing that I was doing was going under the feature settings so that I can enable the stylistic alternates, which really there wasn't a whole lot to that. So, but like I said, I can share that at the end so people can see what I did. What else do we have here? I suppose since I have the B, I mean or the R I should say, the B isn't too far off. And I think what I can do for this is kind of just reuse some parts here. Yeah, we'll have to do some lining up here in a few places, but there we go. So it kind of snaps together. So obviously that looks a little funny, but what we will do. I'm going to back up on this a little bit. We're going to take a slightly different approach. I should have copied this, those, and that one. That would probably make more sense. And we kind of keep that sharp line there. So I'll take all of this, move it over. Should be lined up. There we go. Easier to work with. And then what we will need to do is adjust this. Let me take some finessing here. We'll just kind of have to align this so that it looks like what we expect. The other thing that I might do because we don't have the leg of the R anymore, so I don't want to remove the glyph, I just want to delete that element. I might copy and paste it so we've got a similar curve here. We'll relink those. And relink that. Maybe that works a little bit better. Maybe something that I copied to the R too and the P. Well, actually the P I already did this with, so I probably should do it on the R, just so we gain that consistency. I'm just going to go ahead and do that while I remember. then if we just kind of get the three similar letters here, I think all that starts to look better. And then the other thing that I'm looking at, which I don't know if this is going to be the case for the B, but I did have a little bit of a narrower side bearing to the right here. What I'm debating, just because there's more stuff going on there, oops, and whoops, crashed. I'm gonna have to reboot here. So let's try this again. Got to get through the error screens here. Alright. I think we're back now. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. So kind of what I was getting at here is I think the B, make sure my audio is still on too. I think it is. Or did I lose my audio? Oh, there we go. Alright, yep, sorry, Glyphs crashed on me, so I think we're back now. But yeah, I was just kind of looking at the side bearings here of the B, debating. I don't think they need to be as close or as small as the R and the P were. I think maybe something like that would look a little bit better. And then just trying to compare this to other things here. So like the F, I'm just trying to kind of keep these loosely the same. I think the A gets a little too low. Do that on each side, because kind of what I was debating here for this is maybe that's kind of where this steps to this steps to this is kind of the idea. With the B though, I think it can pretty much be in line with where the E's crossbar was, so I think I'm okay with that. So yeah, I mean it's kind of a modular form for the P, B, and R, so I don't really know that there's really much to overthink on that. What I can do though, and I had this in my mind, I don't know if this will work or not, but I was curious to see if this would happen the way I wanted it to, which I think it actually might. Kind of bring these pieces out effectively. Get a pretty easy D out of the deal. And we'll go through and we'll do the H on one side, the O on the other. Actually going to see how that matches up. I think actually, going off of what my specimen is showing here, the D may not have been so square. Just trying to see what I can kind of compare this to. It does look a little bit rounder. What I'll do, just kind of split the difference here. So we're going to compare the top to the bottom and see what happens. This may work, this may not work. we'll find out. So it's off by 2 points, but that's fine. Bring this down. Actually move this over. So we'll have to adjust this a little bit, but yeah, it's not quite as square, but I think it kind of matches too. So I think we're going to roll. Oops, don't need to copy all of them. Then we will copy and paste this. I guess we'll match it up this way. Here we go. I think next to the O2, this looks pretty decent. Even just kind of looking at the rest of the alphabet too. At least in some kind of context, it seems like it's not too wide, so happy to continue that. So the only 2 letters I have left from the original alphabet appear to be the Z and the J. So for the Z, I have no illusion that this might be easier, but like I mentioned earlier, the J's are just something else for me, but I think this is going to be a situation of we're just going to start somewhere. And I'm really just trying to think of what I can compare this to. So I don't think the T is really a good one, but what I'm going to do is adjust that to the other S. Also going to kind of turn that in a little bit closer too. And actually, since I have my stylistics on, I'm going to do this that way. But yeah, this seems too wide, so maybe something like that. And then one thing that I'm going to do I'm going to take these points here and move them down, looks like 50 units. I think that gives me, so that's 88 there and 88 there, yep. And yeah, the tricky part with the Z is just figuring out the weight. Right now it's looking a little light. What I might do... Yeah, I don't know that an angled solution works. It might just have to continue being straight, but... See, so that's 158 and 158. So it's... I think it might be kind of there for that. Yeah, the Z is such a challenge. Back these off and see what that does. It doesn't look terrible. Let's just see what happens if I go a little bit thicker. Maybe that's... I'm just loosely trying to keep the spines the same, even though I don't know if that's the best way to go about it, but... and then the other thing we just want to make sure is that these kind of have a trapezoidal shape. Try that again. I don't think the Z suffers so much from wanting to fall over like the S does, but I think that seems about right. One thing I did notice, that could use a little bit of work. This is where the real joy of type design comes in, because now you go back and you start seeing things. That looks a little better there. Yeah, thanks Akimbo. Yeah, that was a very good call to go that route. Like I said, I'm still keeping the old one in, but yeah, I think that's pretty cool. I may need to kind of work with the weight a little bit more, but yeah, I just have the J left now, which I've been dreading the entire stream, if I'm being completely honest. But actually, while I did mention the weight thing, I'm just giving it a touch more just to maybe kind of help it out. I'll probably put this back in context too so I can see it, but yeah, the J time, and then we'll probably call it for today's stream. So the way this was originally done, and again, I don't have a very good sample to work off of here. It's not one that I'm seeing. But basically they kind of did the version of a J where kind of does something like this. And then it actually moves up quite a bit. It's probably, actually now that I think about it, it's probably similar to the S. So what we'll do is kind of that and that. I mean, it is a J, so Yep, spam bot alert. I saw that pop up and I was like, no thank you. I think we're getting them all. There we go. Alright, so back to things that are less interesting than spam bots or more interesting than spam bots. So kind of what they did, this is not what I wanted. It just kind of looks like it got kind of pushed in or moved in closer. So that's what I'm going to try to start here. I think those two are lined up. Oh. I mean, it literally looks like that's just all that it was. Just looking at the type specimen here. And then they just moved. They moved the J up. Get some of these sorted. I think two. Probably nudge that in a little bit more too. So that's 160. That's actually 170. So that should actually come down anyway. $186. That's 211. And we're at 201 and 196. 99 and 198. Happy to split the difference on that. Alright. And for this, I'm kind of get the side bearing set. Actually, while I'm looking at this H, I'm kind of, or sorry, the S, my bad. I'm kind of wondering, this is probably wide, isn't it? Yeah. You do something like that. It just lightens it up a tad. And apparently the, oops, that is not what I wanted to do. Yeah, so it says put user in timeout. Also reporting it too, so feel free to do the same if it pops back up again, but thanks all for catching that. Alright, so that J does look actually a little light now that I see. Well, maybe not. So 160 points and 150 points. I mean, maybe that is it. And again, this just might be a situation where I might just have to see this more in context. The good news, though, is that with that letter, we have an entire alphabet, which I honestly, if I'm being truthful, did not expect we would get through in 4 hours today. I really thought it was going to be a lot more, but let's put this into some text and see how it looks, shall we? Yeah, I'd say that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. Make sure to hit the save button too. Don't want to lose that. And then just kind of flip to the alternate S there. We do the alternate U too. Yeah, I would say for a first pass, this is looking pretty good. Things like the S, which thinking for the alternate, probably to. Ooh, interesting. Looks like one side might not need as much side bearings as the other. Yeah, that looks a little better. Go back to the old version that seems to not have the same problem, so that's fine. The U, there really wasn't much to adjust there, but I think that S works a little better too now. Awesome. I think that's pretty much going to be a wrap for today's. I mean, obviously I ran out of letters. That's probably a good thing, right? But this is kind of exciting. So I think tomorrow, maybe we'll consider some more alternates. I think that could be kind of fun to play with that. And when I'm mentioning these alternates here, I'm actually not even doing anything similar to the regular letters. I think it's kind of fun just to kind of put my own twist on this. That's likely where I'm going to be going with some of those. We do have some numbers here, and I'll see if I can kind of look up a full number set for this, because I think that would probably be good to include. There are things like punctuation as well. There's a handful of punctuation marks that we'll take care of. I will do a little bit more research too. I know Ludlow did mention that there are things like busy street. There are things like fractions and whatnot that apparently came along with this. I did not see any kind of my initial research, but we can definitely look at that as well. Maybe we can have some fun programming some fractions into this. I think that might be kind of unique to do. We'll just kind of have some fun with maybe a little more technical things tomorrow rather than just drawing type, so that we can kind of see how more of the typeface evolves. But yeah, hopefully everybody had fun. And yeah, all capitals in 4 hours. So I know that, oops, as I click off, I know that did go quick for all of those. I mean, and truth be told, some fonts you can do a full set like this in 4 hours, and it can be kind of quick. In this case, it kind of worked that way because this is a bit of a modular font, if we're being honest. So a lot of this was being able to reuse different parts and pieces to create new letters, so that certainly speeds up the process. There are other fonts that I've worked on where I've taken an entire week to do in uppercase, or even a couple of months for that matter. So it really is, a lot of times it just depends on how complex or how complicated your design is. And the other thing too is this is just a first pass as well. So I'll be walking away from this at least for a few hours, and when I come back maybe later today or again tomorrow when I'm streaming again, there might be a bunch of little things that I see that I want to kind of tweak and adjust on this, especially as I use it more. So you can think of this as more of a first draft or a rough draft than a final font at this stage. But I think it's definitely a good starting point to work off of. So yeah, so I think that'll pretty much do it. So yeah, hopefully everybody's hanging out for the rest of the day. I know Kimba Black will be coming up if he's not already streaming right now. Sophia Typelove will be coming back on a little bit later too. Of course, we've got Aerotype and Alana Munn. I know they will all be streaming as well. If you follow us on Instagram at Fontathon for the weekend, we'll be posting alerts as everybody's going live on their different channels and whatnot. So keep an eye out for that. But with that, I think we're going to call it for today. So just wanted to say say thanks for everybody for hanging out today. I will go to, I guess I had one person ask here. I'll pop in the link for Fontathon. It's probably just easier to point everybody towards there. We are featuring all of our individual handles on there, so you can kind of find us all from there. So yeah, you'll be able to find each of our Instagram pages and what have you. We'll also have links out to our various Twitch streams, YouTube streams, what have you. So that's probably the best and easiest one-click solution to kind of find us all there. So yeah, be sure to hang out the rest of the day. And again, if you are working on any of your own typefaces, we are doing hashtag Fontathon on Instagram, so it'd be fun to see what other people are coming up with as well. But yeah, in the meantime, have a wonderful rest of the day, and maybe I'll see you on one of the other live streams.